Okay, so I already read this, yes.
Objection!
Okay. Yes. Yes, I want to skip that too. I'm just seeing if I can get to. Basically, I did a load to see if like loading the autosave would do a rollover into the second game. It turns out it doesn't do that. That's what I was checking there. Okay. What's this? I guess they had him a lot more like Phoenix Wright at some point. Okay. Okay. So you do, okay, so I did this before when I started the game for my first recording, so I knew how to get here. But I just wanted to see if I went through the credits, it would roll over. Just that's what I was doing there at the beginning of this. So kind of, because, well, it'll probably already be closed by the time this comes out, but the Nintendo Web Store for the Wii U, which I'm not very familiar with, and the DS and 3DS is, you can't buy anything after I think about sometime in August of 2022. And then sometime I think it's like March of 2023, you won't be able to download anything from it. So I was looking through the DS web store and seeing if there were any games there on the store that I thought, well, I could like buy these now because I won't be able to later. And I didn't find anything like that. I found some interesting things to note was there's a surprisingly large amount of Lego games on there. Just like the concentration of DS games that were Lego was surprisingly high. Finding some gyms like Legends of Chima. You could theoretically buy Lego Legends of Chima for the DS. Also, there was a DS port for Zero Escape, Zero Time Dilemma, which you would think there would be one because that's how the whole series it's part of started. That's how 999 started, was a DS game. But some odd things, there wasn't what's it called? Virtue's Last Reward one for sale. Maybe you could say it kind of went out of print of sorts. So that was kind of strange. And also, I just didn't know that there were DS ports of Virtue's Last Reward and Zero Time Dilemma. I thought they were PC. So that was kind of interesting. Although I didn't find the Virtue's Last Reward one. I'll Google it after I'm done with this recording. And I couldn't find any Ace Attorney games on there besides the original trilogy and Trials and Tribulations. Like, not the first and second ones by themselves. No Apollo Justice. No Miles Edgeworth Investigations 1. I didn't expect 2 to be there because that was only released in Japanese, but nothing after Apollo Justice. I found that kind of... So, I don't know if those were only available physical. I'll have to keep researching that. Ace Attorney is one of those games where I don't think it really matters to me that much that it gets lost on the DS because it's not critical for it to have that 2-screen format. It is a little bit convenient to have both screens. If you don't have both screens, you have to have stuff covering like the trial view, like when you open up your court record, like you can't see what's going on in the trial while you opened it up. Like there's some things that have to overlay on top of each other, but it's not like terrible. It's not like anything really. It doesn't really hamper the story or the gameplay experience that much. You only have to only play Ace Attorney on one screen. So Ace Attorney ports over to PC rather well, and so it's not as critical as some other games that it gets preserved in DS form. But for some of that, it might be already too late because some of those games seem to only have been for sale physical, or if they're for sale digital, aren't anymore. There are some other games where they were ported to PC, for example, but because the PC only has one screen instead of two, guaranteed to, you can have 2 monitors, but they don't make the game expecting you to have 2 monitors, and them stacked on top of each other vertically like that, you lose some stuff when you port it over. And so when the DS dies, if a game is made with that platform in mind, with those 2 screens, it doesn't port well, and then it takes the DS takes that game down with it. Or maybe not entirely, but like the game as it was originally intended to be down with it. Or it forces a lot of compromises in the way. and the way that the game is portrayed, in the medium in which it's portrayed. I was trying to go with this. Some of the games for DS were never ported, and so if they weren't ever ported, I'll take it taken down with them in there and take it down with the DS in its entirety. Yeah, the DS is special in that way, in that because it had two screens, it was possible that even if a game is ported from the DS to a different medium, if the DS dies as a medium, something might be lost in the game. Okay, a reason why I bring that up is because Ace Attorney originally came out as something for the DS, and it's known as a DS game. It was created to be for the DS. Now, the Ace Attorney games were later ported to PC, which is good for preservation, but they're originally for the DS, so I thought it was appropriate to bring up the DS at its death when dealing with this. But, interesting. I don't know I didn't bother looking up a lot of stuff, though. Like, I didn't bother up what the prices are going for Ace Attorney cartridges secondhand, what the prices are for secondhand Ace Attorney cartridges, or even they have to be secondhand and so on. But we're going on to the second game. So the first game, my gameplay performance was pretty lousy. I did okay on the first, and the second case wasn't really a trial. The first and fourth cases, the third, which was the third and fifth, I got kind of hammered. Not as in drunk, as in I just didn't do very well. So I'll try to do a lot better on the second game. My goal, of course, is to not get any game overs or not get down to a low enough health where I get all scared and save my game. Right, to actually just go through without doing any saves during the trial for preventative reasons. There might be saves during the trial just because I stopped the gameplay session and want to pick it up later. I have to save my game, but not because I'm low on health. That's the idea. And we'll see if I can pull that off. Anyway, we're going to start off with a tutorial trial, of course, because that's usually how Ace Attorney starts off, and it's going to have Pain, or they call him Ouchie, in this game. See how they somehow shoehorn Ouchie into the beginning of the second game.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean, those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
That sense of irony.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home. So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer. So please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Well, now I've figured out how they're going to get Pain into this. Not how I was expecting it to happen. Well, women can be in court, I guess, now, considering that they can be attorneys, of all things. Beginning of the previous game, you couldn't even have women in the courtroom. Here I am again, after 9 months, the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Oh good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, counsel. But you look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. It's also really out of character for Susato. He's usually really confident, anyway. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. Yeah, but you stood like a couple feet to the right of a lawyer before. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Thank goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yujin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. This is the accused, which looks suspiciously similar to Maya Fey. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Yes. Yes, that's right, miss. It's like you wouldn't know how good this person really is at this by... Well, I wanted to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, the whole thing. Rei Mimbami. Born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. But she murdered a murderer, so I mean... It's dextery, which doesn't make it any better, actually. I said, but no. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry. While they're doing this, and when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. What? It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, she's dressed like a man! Oh, what? What do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? Is that you, Susato? Sorry, I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that... Okay. No, oh, what are you doing? What's going on? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world just like a student from the Imperial Yume University, a male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means all the preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see, it was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. Oh, that figures that I guess resolves that quandary. No, the rules have not changed. My defense. So that's why she's nervous. Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom, despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. No, I have complete faith in you, Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already, and yet just because you're a woman, what a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Ray, please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. I'm sorry, it's just, you really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned it once or twice. You should be pleased, it means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think, except it's kind of awkward. Anyway, it certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling, ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it, I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. I have this, there's this small possibility, I know this is a spin-off of Ace Attorney, so not all the mechanics will apply, that at some point, Kazuma's gonna get channeled. That means so much to me, Susato, just judging from the appearance of this defendant. Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once, and the whole topic of women looking like men. You should go at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh. Stand aside. I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this. Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that. Is it true? And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case. Is it really because of who the victim was? We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my friend, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. Now we get to see this boy disguised Susato, I presume. I'm Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of... Oh, I have to summarize the previous game. Oh dear, I accompanied a student of law to on a study trip to Great Britain, but 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Unless he shows up as a machina somehow. Naruhodo just, like, shows up in the middle of the trial. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. The court is now in session to hear the trial of Rei Mimbami. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency. We are ready. Ready. And yes, counsel, according to your registration details, your name is, Ryotaro Naruhodo, is that correct? Sorry? Yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel? Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I'm Ryotaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. It seems Ryotaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, I'm not mistaken. Kinda! But she did appear, actually. You've seen her. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be... You may be thinking of Ryanosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin. That's right. Right, Ryotaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them! Tut tut tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call on a country boy. How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I would have you making fun of her. Please be careful, Rei. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? Okay, his wide, skittish eyes very much suggest he is not. Oh, I'm so nervous. Well, canonically, the wider and skittishier the eyes, the more likely they are to win. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. The case to be heard on this day is of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood there, where you're standing now. This same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. So you say. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. You've obviously played the first game, I assume. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Alright, it's time to prove myself. You didn't do the right lip puckering, but oh well. Yes, Your Excellency. But please do make them simple. You do a fake deep voice. Yes, Your Excellency. Very well, to start with, you will state the name of the victim. Whew. That is simple, I couldn't forget that if I tried. Oh, what's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are won't to blank. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise, even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear. This is a dismal failure. Don't fret. You need only the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right, just use the E to open the court record. Then you need to flip the people section to the people section with E. And don't take too long over it, Your Excellency is watching you closely. Alright, check the court record with E. That's where the information I need will be. I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? It's Giselle Brett.
Yes!
I don't need to look at the court record. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. I watched the opening cutscene. I know the answer. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of this country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our Empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name I got hiccups. What then is her name indelibly associated with our Empire's judicial history? Why then? Okay. Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But it is proving hard to recall the finer points. Everything you need is included in the court record. But if, okay. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett. Behind the woman's student persona was the face of a killer.
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. That was the judge, I presume. Okay. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He's been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student at the Imperial University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryanosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. And exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Miss Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The data for transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, an Englishwoman was killed. On the day before? That will do. I am satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Okay, okay, not. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie. As you wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August, in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under the bright blue sky, and at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected by bathers to rest or change their clothes. Oh, bathers. I can't read bathers. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. I don't know if that's necessarily what I would call an abdomen, but whatever. An injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett and her bathing attire, and the accused Ray Mimbami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt that the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she has a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Why did they know there was a crime, though? There's always, like, this person who witnessed it. It's like, they're the only two people there, except the witnesses. Well, that extraordinarily description of... What? That extraordinarily description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. And that extraordinary oversimplification, that is. That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said before. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut tut tut. Is the Yoko boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon? No matter, let us put this to the accused, shall we? Mimbami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Miko Toba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson! The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago. The accused has a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes. Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings have you toward the Englishwoman who killed him? Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done, a powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray, be careful what you're saying. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's underlying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about being alone together. Mimbami-san. Yes, what is it? Naruhodo-san? I'm really starting to wish he'd made my alias Ryotaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present, a detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear, why would you do that? At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut, you and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett in her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you. Oh dear, this is really terrifying. My father's right, we need more information. If I may, Prosecutor Archie. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. My apologies. Clearly, my modernity has confused the poor country's pumpkin simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin. But it's not. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. But in fact, a murder took place. I said, don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I. I don't think it's ever been that Payne was the culprit. I don't think Payne ever commits a murder. No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing as the murderer of the mentor for whom she had great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if only temporary until... Oh, I can't switch. Okay, yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to pursue this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. There's a lot to unpack there. We'll get to that. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. Yeah, totally. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. Cool. As I understand it, then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach at the time. You have to examine everything immediately as it is presented. Let's examine this first. Giselle Brett, female, British, time of death 11th of August at around 2 p.m. Ascertained by examination and the witnesses' statements. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes, but not immediately, so it would take some time. Note, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. Which is important. Okay. A lot of important stuff in there. Okay, we can't actually, like... We can't actually, like, examine with, like, dialogue. We just get the magnifying glass. You know what I meant. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally, the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Witnesses? But who? Well, what did you expect? I mean, there was a detective there, wasn't there? We know which detective it's going to be, right? It's going to be the one that cannot keep his blood in him. One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Very well then, Counsel, bring forth your witnesses. I, Takasuchi Ouchi, have been waiting for this moment. Are you getting a divorce? Sorry. Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse. When that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Flashback. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut. And the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. To start your own mini Meiji revolution, are you modernizing as well, Council? Silence. Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the ouchy growth. You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown. I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? I said silence. Today I face another yokel student of Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Why? Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. Except that I say who I am because it's court. I don't know what the point is. And I am, well, the next big thing in books. The author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat. A sensational success by Soseki Natsume. Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please, you needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? It only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki even. Yes. Oh, what on earth is Soseki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it begun. Yes, of course I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping, you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. I suppose it's this disguise, isn't it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture on the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Halls, no less. At Yume University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Sciences Department. A professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikotoba? Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snap shots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it to your leisure, my prudential, struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. Anyway, following my interview with the professor... Yeah, I look at like this like Japanese, and I just go like, well, that particular kanji means day, and that, well, I consider it, and that one means month, or, you know, it's like overall, I can't really get much out of it. The lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. That detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby, the entire party departed quarterly for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. Unfortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you have something on your face now. How unsightly, I do apologize. Does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father? No, fortunately I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Very well, I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursions to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am. Finally. The day of the incident, I was ordered to a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran to the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, and she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Well, that was... Now it catches you off guard a little bit. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw the very moment of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence. What have you there, Counsel? The so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would ultimately identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Oh, goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately with her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pin, Your Excellency. Ah, the owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Mimbami. Ebonite is just hard rubber. It's what you make woodwind instrument mouth, like saxophone and clarinet mouthpieces out of, or sometimes entire bassoons, oboes, or clarinets if you're making them, if you're trying to go for cheap and durable, like student horns. Or you can do lining, so you can line the inside of an oboe with ebonite. Yamaha calls it duet. Or usually the first two segments of a bassoon are lined with ebonite to protect it from moisture. Anyway, the initials of the defendant. I never heard of a pin being made of ebonite, though. That's a little bit different. Oh, Ryanosuke posed. The fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. Fountain pen has been entered into the court record. So, have I omitted anything? Yes, you have, but we don't know what that is yet. Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. I'm not actually dead. The prosecutor, Ouchie of 9 months ago, had none of this man's poise. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. I don't know why you think that matters, though. You're still a nincompoop. Naruhodo-san. Naruhodo. That means, oh yes, me. Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Cousin Ryotaru, pull yourself together, please. Alright, I've seen this countless times. The judicial assistant find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do.
Hold it!
Use that jaunty disguise. Correct. Wait, no. I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer? Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle loves the water. But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really was there? If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong. Perhaps I should pursue this line of questioning. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment.
Hold it!
You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Soseki-san. In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describe things so. Soseki-san doesn't look at all like in England, wasn't like this at all in England. Anyway, I spun around at the noise, and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. Except, didn't you have to get the people that were there out of there? The beach hut is a simple structure, erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into a swimsuit. Oh, I was forced to change into swimwear on the sand. I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hut-wise. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Wait, by pair you don't mean to say, how could that be? Oh no, you misunderstand. Obviously, I meant the victim and the defendant, Rei Mimbami-san. Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset. If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes. Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance, foolish. Very foolish. It really was an outside chance, I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut? Well, it was a sorry sight, a really grisly scene. I parted the mooring curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. My glasses were nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes. How thoroughly appalling. He doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Soseki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder? Ah, you'd like a literary man's opinion. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly.
Hold it!
Wasn't she already stabbed? Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it? Oh, indeed. The terrible specter, the terrapin inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment. Eek. Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation. Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream? No, what are you insinuating? I am as manly as a Japanese man as you. I wonder if I might interject here, Soseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression, were your words just now, I believe. So do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you're describing? There it comes. No, I mean, yes. I mean, I know what I saw. My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn. I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear, how awkward.
Hold it!
She was stabbed multiple times. How can you be sure of that? Very simple. From the blood on the blade. The blood? When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. Oh. And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. I can't switch. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived at the scene. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. Yes, right. I saw it too. Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. The logic of your argument is sound, at least. Well, as I said, my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. That's just my personal opinion, of course. Just dig into him. Counsel, you refrain from mocking the witness. Oh no, I just have many thoughts swirling around in my head. All I can do is stand here, wide-eyed and mute. Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down. But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see either of them would have any reason to lie. What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons. A misunderstanding, a mistake, an observation, a delusion, even... a delusion. So I have to present on something that... the writer guy, whatever his name is, said. What's important is that we determine the truth, and there's only one sure way to do that. Yes, with evidence, of course. Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can use E to pick a piece of evidence to present for consideration, so you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details in the court record. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the blah 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 blah. Yes. Then I'll consider that, don't forget that you can have the witness repeat their statements as many times as you like. You're right. That may have looked like a splice. I had to take care of something there. Okay. So this is single wound. And so it's probably just single wound. Yeah. It's gonna be pretty simple.
Objection!
That accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bitch. The stakes have been very, very high indeed. What is the meaning of this menacing pose, Counsel? It's just what the fans want to see, Pain. Deal with it. I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who, what, where, when, how? Not you, Soseki-san. This query is directed at the Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states, instead of looking in the pile of papers to my right, I'm looking in this book, that the victim was stabbed one time only. Oof. In other words, Inspector Hosonaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Soseki-san, me? You claim to have seen Mimbani-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did, wildly. But you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife when you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and it's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True. Then what exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency, there's only one logical conclusion. That Soseki-san in fact saw, what Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be. Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with an objection and then proceed to pull them apart systematically. Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your counsel staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. You're right, there were certain similarities. Except the so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who was only half a head of hair. Slander, my head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes a lot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. No. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. This is silly. I am in agreement with the prosecution. As usual, until the last minute, if the defendant had seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But she was withdrawing the blade. Then we are back where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim, and with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too? The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife? Ah, yes, going for the jugular. What does father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer. Hear your answer, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know, but I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. Oh, this is where you make up BS. Okay, so let's BS this. Well, we don't want to say stab her again, because... Well... Huh. Okay, so... If she wanted to stab her again, that's just what the prosecution wanted to say, so we don't want to say that. Save her life. The problem with that is if you pull the knife out, depends on how the knife is shaped. You can make her hemorrhage, right? So, it depends on how the knife's shaped. She could be bleeding out anyway. Like, so if she was a medical student, I don't know if she would necessarily think to do that. That, like, she would necessarily... It might be like a reflex thing. It's interesting. Hide the knife. This is what... We want to do something positive. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death is not instant. That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Mimbrani-san was compelled to act when faced with a wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Indeed. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify, in respect to the slipshod assertions just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean. Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopefully had a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the Defense Counsel's assertion. Yes, sir, I will do so flawlessly. No, you won't. We will do a present on you. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. Well, I happen to agree with the witness here. Yeah, I was like, you don't necessarily just pull it out until you have a way to stop the bleeding after you pulled it out. Right. If you don't have the equipment on hand to plug the wound or something, you leave the knife in there. Unless it's like a special funky shaped knife with a blood gutter where it's designed to make the victim bleed out while it's in there. That's basic knowledge of any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Well, he's adding on stuff to his testimony, which is a good way to supply another contradiction. Is what you said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see. This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who has ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... It's like, I have now personal experience with this. Of course you had. I didn't bring you to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling us? Yes, it's basically
remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If... I don't know why I'm talking like this. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know.
Ray never mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have... Susato? Yes. Then we get the believe speech. Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to the adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your client and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Okay, what do we got here? The pin. Let's examine this. Oh, you can't examine it. That's interesting. Dressing stand stuff. Handbag. Box full of outfit stuff. Huh. Face mask. Swans. Okay.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean if you use due care and attention it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Removing it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Back to the witness testimony, please.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... Clearly, the defendant, Ray Mimbani-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. What do you think about that, Prosecutor Mikotoba? Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure that would be labeling your best friend as I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Oh dear. That recoiled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Mimbani-san would certainly have been aware of it. Okay.
Hold it!
Oh, but the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently.
I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would have behaved so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take a hold a little but too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. Okay.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just ain't in Membrani-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
Objection!
And you, counsel? Do you appear to know the law? Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pitied the accused. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please? Yes, Miss Brett. In many ways, the sworn enemy of Mimbani-san.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Mimbani-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Mimbani-san's abilities. He didn't care about Japanese stuff, that's what. Clearly the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If I even knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think you're perhaps forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. Ah. I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Explain the evidence to the court record? No, don't do that to me. Don't accidentally click a long tutorial. Oh, but look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Yes, I'll do that straight away. Wait, are you gonna let me examine stuff that I previously couldn't? That's annoying. Why did they let me do that earlier? Okay. So, go through this again. We have... deep stab wound from behind. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction. So we have like, and also poison going on here, probably. Why might have something to do with it, don't know. Oh, now we can examine this! Come on, game. Versus England returns tell-all. This is the interview with you and Soseki-san, isn't it, father? Looks as though it's quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England.
The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. This is a newspaper from Susato-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Always. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Universal Medical Research Laboratory. Of course! Here we go again. From Yume's Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen? It's in this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard of such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? She's managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read this article very carefully. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Following a lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsume on the 11th of August, it come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would be fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute constriction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Of course. Okay, let's examine this last thing. If we take off the pen's lid, now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? This must be a little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from the bottom up through the nib. Oh. Something wrong, Father. Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh yes, you're right, pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. So that's how the poison was carried, okay. So we basically try to argue that she would have pulled the knife out because the knife was poisoned or something. Okay. Yes, she would. It was poison.
Objection!
No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? Ah, the Yoko not only has a poor grasp of the law, but also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yume Uni.
Objection!
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance to this case. But, Prosecutor Ouchi, you will let the defense speak. About the newspaper article, the court cannot rely on that kind of hearsay whose wretched publications those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion.
Your Excellency. Yes, of course, thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled a knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says, the article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body and a knife laced with poison, it is rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting if the knife used to attack Miss Brett had been laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Miss Mimbami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible? Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What?
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection!
Oh please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind.
They're gonna have some like long protracted thing before we present the part of the post-mortem report where we mention the pupils.
Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, and I believe the defense is well aware.
Poison has something to do with every case.
We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poison and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she, not yoke? Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly. From your expression, counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place in this side of the Old Bailey. In that case, counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Ah. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's not an unusual symptom of... it's an unusual symptom of death. Well, under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that is most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, where's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, ending with acute constriction of the pupils prior to death.
Wait.
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely, yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree this is a very compelling evidence. You, yokel student and yokel professor. I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. No. Yujin Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of a secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father? Yeah, pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. It's totally unfounded. Who holded it? The accused? Yep. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray? Mambami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew. I had been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided to try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman. Miss Giselle Brett. That's why I decided to join a little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got on her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me, and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, you realize that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst we were with her. Which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes, if the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, sorry for staying silent all this time. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think The balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now.
Objection!
He just objects to the thought. Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say. Well, Mimbrami-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Well, if you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Well, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? That was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchie.
Perhaps some praise is due, young local student.
What?
I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought me this on yourself.
More damning shots exist. The cruelty of the air on the beach is almost palpable. How would you but the angle though?
This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent to the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Mimbrami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back.
No, that's not true. No. I don't believe it. I'll bet you know which direction she's pulling from that photograph.
Ora! Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced our courtroom? Perhaps his voice is yet to break. These yokels are slow in mind and slow to mature.
Oof. I'll show you who's slow to mature.
Careful now.
Susato is starting to show her face here.
It's often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have an ample proof.
But he was hesitant to show it, so we know that it has something in it that he doesn't want us to see.
The court will now accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence.
Can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time.
How much in there? Okay.
It's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph?
Right?
Objection!
That's not of importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Oh.
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say, it's crucially important. Whoever took that photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. And the court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday, but there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Can I examine it now? No, not really.
Goodness. Are we of the understanding, then, counsel,
that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph was the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court. When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence, you yokel student blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. But the defendant was already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim, and the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. Oh no. Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt.
This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. Hehehe, you'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Takasuchi Ouchi in a court of law. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, counsel? Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph. The truth is... this isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. Well, no, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. Where? Here we go. Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mysterious photographer? Okay, examine this first. Yep.
Take that!
The piece of evidence in question is this. When the music takes a little delay to stop, it kind of makes me nervous. I'm afraid, counsel, that when presenting evidence, you must learn to temper those wide, nervous eyes. Oh, this is wrong? Oh, okay. I'm obliged to penalize you for the lack of focus in both your eyes and your answer. Would you care to squeeze your head in your hands again, counsel? To punish yourself for presenting such utterly irrelevant evidence? I'll squeeze my head as many times as it takes to win this trial, Your Excellency, may I? You may present another piece of evidence, but no more squeezing, counsel. I thought okay, so I thought it was this like dress on the stand back here. Right, that's why I chose that. I was very confident. There's also like a little hole. So I thought this had something to do with it, but apparently it doesn't. Okay. This guy. Hemorrhage.
minutes, pupil constriction. We already tried this picture. Poison. Identity had something to do with the poison? Pin. RM. There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it's a Yume University one. It must belong to some other organization, I believe, a business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pin doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Can't go to people, can we?
Take that!
Oh, got it wrong again. I'm botching this again. Well, we've narrowed it down, so we know it's not that and not that. So... It could be the picture itself. Yeah, I'll try the picture itself next. No. That's really weird though.
Take that!
Okay. So that's also wrong. So leaves this and that. Something about pain, okay? So we try this next.
Take that!
Okay, that's not it either. What the heck? I have to, I'm failing already. I have to save. Well, you know what? I'm gonna eat the game over. I'm really gonna go back to the beginning. If this is not right, I'm just going to eat it and go back to the beginning. It's just gonna happen. I'm sorry.
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again? Rosh's... Why? Oh... Oh, yeah, okay. Yep. I'm an idiot now. I didn't remember this. Rosh's England returnees tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. So dumb. I should have noticed that. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Yes indeed. They already caught my eye as it happens. Ah, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of the tree or the like. Nope, it's the lens. There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph... Good gracious. Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
Well, that tells us nothing. Ah, yes, it is a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at a beach, Council. That is quite remarkable, is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? Curious matching patterns that appear on both photographic prints, that there is a result of a camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device. Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. I will say that the lens, the lens filters the image in the spatial frequency domain. So if you have a crack in the lens, it's not going to be like... Well... I have to think this through, because I've had, like, water droplets on my, backup camera lens on my car. Yeah, I still gonna stand behind that. So it wouldn't necessarily be... You wouldn't see the crack, like, in the image. You wouldn't see, like, an image of the crack. Anyway. We'll just kind of let the physics slide. Well, we have to finish the game. Can't just be like, we're gonna stop this bad physics. In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be 100 of such camera devices here in the capital, all with the identical lens cracking. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographic features in a newspaper article. A newspaper? That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness in this crime. Where? I see. You are called a Rosh's England returnee. What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's Mimi Mimo, I tell you, Mimi Mimo. Mini Mimo. So Seki-san, what was that? Did you say Mimi Mimo? Ever since I returned to Japan, A reporter from the Show New News has been hounding me, following me my every move. A reporter by the name of Righton Mimo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Ah. Now that he mentions it. Yep, there he is. That same reporter be. Camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. Where I am, stuck in the middle with Righton Mimo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Mimi Mimo. Yes, my lord, my excellency, Esquire. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, your excellency. Yeah, as you say, your excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task, understood? Meh. Mimo. Sure. Because it prompted me to. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind of my innocence, that you'd stand by me to the last. I remember. But yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato, completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato, I deserve it. Now, in fact, throw me to the floor. Oh, she knows about that. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Oh. Even though my heart, I knew you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back. There was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato, I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised that I'd stand by you and always be on your side. I betrayed your faith in me, too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh no. I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father, the facts has certainly struck home. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? I wouldn't even have to know that. Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later,
She suddenly got to her feet, before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else.
So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
Still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up.
It will be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true. Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. Trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. Police don't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin. Chemical reagent? I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to the police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet. It's that newspaper article. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yumeya Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swanned in and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work in the substance there. All that substance there." It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity has been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then Soseki-san knew about the poison. In other words, Mister, you leaked it? Wow, you suck. Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This Mimo-san. Oh, by the way, did the reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh. A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Ah. Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, we have just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. It's time to steal ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo. Yes. Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. I hereby call this court to order as we convene to continue the trial of Rei Mimbami. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you summoned the new witness? Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have very important news to share. Oh. What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess with the collaboration of Professor Mikotama's laboratory at Yuma University, police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life. Excellent, and I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency. Too kind. I merely carry out your instructions, of course. I had the reagent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. By judging from the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And counsel? What were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. That's probably true. What? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it, which is not very much of a stake, but whatever. Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. In short, the accused feeble excuses earlier will have to be put off because I have something to examine. Oh yes, this must be the victim's blood. Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. The label appears to have been written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. Couldn't you have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it. German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit of labeling the bottle in Japanese. What about Latin? Why German? Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Is it actually like... Let's see here. It's hard to read the first letter. But it looks kind of like A-R-A-Y-M-J. Which is not really, I don't think that's a German word. Has been utterly destroyed. Now the prosecution is ready to call any witness. Oh, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph at the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, then the poison was injected a different way, and Ray thought it was through the knife. How could the toxin have entered the victim's body? To the pin. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Write-in Mimi Mimo of the Sonyu News. I'm what people like to call a journo. What's a journo, Father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist and something. I'm here where the news breaks, putting pen to paper on to watching those scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news. Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, what do we have here? I'm sorry. Oh, brace yourselves, people. Memento senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play. Defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. They'll set it above the fold at 72-point font, 2-point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Huh? Right then, let's start with your name. Oh, it's Ryotaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? Well, I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. Oh, by the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. That they romanized that. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court, my objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. Wah. Witness. Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my mimoism. Well, at least I noticed that emblem on his armband is the same as the one on the end of the pen. Mimoism? Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, right, that was me, Mimo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news office after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words? Criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen. Is horse-dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. These are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words, straightening my pencil. She said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'm ready. I'll read it out, and it's all here. Right here goes. I should like you to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal is going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journo eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Mimo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her.
Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journo spirits burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through the perfect slot. The lens through for the perfect shot. Read screens, you say? Right, you can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring, for the time being, the appalling invasion of privacy involved. Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. This guy doesn't look Japanese, I just noticed. And you took the photograph from a gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was a gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's mementoism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No! Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news. Startling photograph. All the making of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? Oh, he's right. Seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. More pathetic excuses. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. You had to expect the camera? Wow, my health card came back because of the break, okay. Survived so far! The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there are plenty of gaps I could see inside through. Okay.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman. Oh, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journo as a voyeur. It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera. You were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge. Nope, you got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry? To my mind, that was inside that hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops, no gender, man or woman, it's all news. That's not even mementoism, that's basic journalism. If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate. Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut? Sight that vindicated my journal instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her.
Hold it!
You actually saw Mimbani-san enter the hut. Yep, and she was raging like my journo spirit. And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it. I didn't steal it. What kind of thing? Talking about the poison, I suppose. Always avoiding the subject. Student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman and really started laying it into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. Man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's ranting fell on deaf ears. Like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems, dear me. Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Ah, the precise moment? I didn't see that. I didn't just see that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out. From start to finish. I have your simple plan at the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Oh, we're gonna use this, aren't we? Right you are. It's all here in my Memento Memo pad. I first peered through the hut. I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly. Is that what that's what I've noted down. It's my turn to testify now, not try not to interrupt. Ugh. Then, the next moment I was watching, I presume that kanji means victim. That kanji means culprit. Okay. The evil student girl entered the hut. For a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. That's a little bit different than throw to the floor, though. What you describe is a grim scene indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what mimoism is. Okay, so there's nothing more to flip over, we just zoom in on it. By the way, Mimo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, it did not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film. Journalists have to be observers, we can't get involved. It's our raison d'etre. Whatever, I can't speak French. So you don't converse with Miss Brett at all, so you didn't. Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you? I will grant the defense's request. It's designed to be tongue twister. Mimo-san. You will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of mimoism. But I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. I never once set foot in the hut, or spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer. And this we need to present on. But I'll press it first, just for the sake of press. just to get the dialogue. Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that? I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves are stretched to a breaking point already. Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes. It's all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Mimoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time, in those instances, mimoism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on. Surely he's making all this up. He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating. But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it? If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said. And you've no doubt done many times before in your role as judicial assistant. Yes, I have. I see witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do. Okay, I've already pressed it all though, so... This is a really, long shot. So... This has got the goods.
Objection!
Mimo-san, until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shonyu News on my arm. Dun, dun, dun. Bop, bop. In a way, that's more mimoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Mimo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? Ah. This pin was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murderous victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. The murder victim? She was also murderous, but whatever. What are you? If you look at the barrel of the pin, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. RM. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Rain Mimani. It is a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM. Now, write in Mimo, RM. That's horse dung. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of mimoism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there is a very obvious blue wing stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung. This is for the DMCA rating. Bull poo poo. Mimo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Objection!
Why would we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly.
Shonyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pin has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. I got that hands on the hip pose for the first time, it seems. Clue that will undeniably prove that who its owner really is. In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where its alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. Oh. I should have pressed R. Okay, hit the right key. As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on the fountain pen. An emblem that will, of course, recognize... You will, of course, recognize Mimimo-san. Goodness me. It's the emblem of the Shoyu News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Mimimo-san, how do you respond? Warna! Explain yourself, witness. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Right then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, Shoyu News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed up her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, and we... Mimimoists say the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant your dream to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it. Yes, alright, but... on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsumi-san. Soseki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. Embrace yourselves. It's not a harmless one, it's big. Wah, what? Mimimoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Soseki-san, hiding something. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why Mimimoism demands I reveal it now. It proceeds to not. You mean to say the victim regained consciousness? Oh, well, and what did you decide to ask her a question? That's, true, yes. He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous. Am I the only one hearing about... Why am I only hearing about this now? Because you suck. Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose a withering English rose a question. I don't deny it.
but she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut?
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year. In the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life. That's not the way I phrased it. Mimoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson, is how I put it to her. Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler. Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant. I say it's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. And how did Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Ugh, that told me, so I waltzed right out of there. Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together. Kinda does. I mean, she does have that personality. Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. So that first one, there was a flag of doesn't seem right, so that's important. That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away. Persistence wins the prize. Any mimoist will tell you that. Let them think you've left. Then just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Although I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness. And now that you've found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide. I'm sure. Please, do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it.
Hold it!
And Soseki-san remained behind in the hut? That's right, yup. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad? Back behind baleful bars, they'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I were grasping for air, darting in a sea of cold sweat. Poor Soseki-san, his experience in London have scarred him deeply. As the world seems to close in around me, I quickly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely. No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. It's when the writer man here asked the woman a very significant question.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say? Well now, you should hear from that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man?
Out with it, you yokel hack. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman?
Well, in truth, I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, young girls' panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Ray. I ran to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim.
As soon as Inspector Osunaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprayed off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. What did you ask her, Soseki-san? Esther, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But... when in the stand, you will answer the questions asked to you unambiguously. Now, without evasion of reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will! I asked her, who did this to you, but she never replied.
Hold it!
This is the added statement. So you tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. Having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. However, you have indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache because I'm Japanese. Oh dear, Soseki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the report of his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Writer Man? Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. Soseki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. Oh! No. Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But, fiddlesticks, I say. This is not a British court of law. You'll respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger toward the back of the hut, but what I saw was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. Somewhere to the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all. You mean your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. This unclearness makes it real clear. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because the court can see there was no other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime. I am inclined to agree, and in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No. No. Hehehe. The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers hopes dashed 92 point across the whole page. Well, now do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence. The judge will give his ruling, and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice.
We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet, before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. Right shoe stabbed from outside the hut. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back, in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add? So, the gallant yokel student Fluck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? Whoa!
Objection!
I accidentally hit enter. I don't know what I hit enter on. Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh, to what end, counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
I accidentally hit the key. Alternative theory, man, all exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. By muttering to all her remaining, using all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger at the killer's direction. This is fiction, fantasy. Very well, as you seem to be sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly were you proposing the culprit was concealed? Go for it. Well, it's there, or it's... So, if I look at the court record... Oh, yep, the slot's right there. Okay. That settles it. Okay. Just making sure. Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I am a Naruhodo now. This is like a subtle marriage thing. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut. What? Order. But student lawyer Naruhodo-san, Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals floating about, I can swear to that. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, then there's no way he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing. You're bluffing. The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend, and will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from the outside of the hut? Okay, this is actually tricky because this print shows the slot right? That little gap there. So this is kind of useful. But then this print shows that it could be spread. It also shows the gap because the hammer went through. So it's actually unclear which one you do. I'm going to try this one first.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene? Yes, it was clearly visible in the print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Attention!
Don't you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that anyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where in this photograph is a trace of the stabbing which you claim to take place from outside the hut?
Take that!
Look closely, just here. The screen at the back of the hut, you can see through the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, I can't. I can't see any such thing. It's true that the hut in question has 4 walls, as you'd expect, however. By parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. That's extraordinary. Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. Ah. And everyone present at the scene. There is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Righto, Mimimimo-san. It could have only been you.
Attention!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at that photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Attention!
No, of course not. Or not? If you recall the testimony of the defendant about events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. Ah, stool. Have you another look at the photograph? The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool. My word. So, in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. And having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant Mimbami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. But now you have to explain the poison. Why your silence, Mimimimo-san? I take it that you don't deny the charge. This is absurd. That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Mimbami-san, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud. Now, this can't be. The Ouchie clan can't. What of my growth of hope? If it wasn't all an apparition, I can't accept this and I won't.
I see no reason for the continuation of this trial. I will therefore move to the conclude proceed. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Excuse me, I have to actually deal with something here. Okay, I ate, now I'm just extremely full of food and my throat's all clogged because I just ate. I had a little conversation with somebody about the case, which is okay to do because I'm not on the jury for it. And yeah, we had this, and essentially the reason why we're not finished yet is because we haven't figured out the pathway that the poison takes. We know, we think that Brett stole the poison from the lab in some vessel. She carried it out in some vessel, but Mimimento claims that he didn't talk to her until in the beach hut. So in the beach hut, that's where she stole Mimimento's pin. So it wouldn't have then been able, in that short amount of time between when Mimimento talks to Brett and when the accused talks to Brett, then there would have to be, that's when the poison would have to have gotten into the pin. And then we have the pin now, and the pin doesn't appear to have anything in it. So the poison got out of the pin, and because Brett's pupils shrunk, into Brett. While the pin was in Brett's possession, which looks kind of like a suicide. But as I said in my conversation off recording, the Ace Attorney does not have good precedent for suicide. It's like never a suicide in Ace Attorney. So you wouldn't expect that, you wouldn't conclude that, because it's just something that these series of games does not do. But right now, how the poison worked sort of makes no sense, because Mimimento knew about the poison because he published the scoop, but there was no poison on his knife, so he didn't use the poison. But it was in his pin, but he did. So, but he gave the pin to Brett. Did he actually steal the poison instead of Brett? Or, what? So, it's really unresolved. I also tried to Google imaging with a cracked lens. And for some reason, because of all this laypeople stuff, none of the results I got at first glance actually explain this. But if you image with a cracked lens, your image looks usually decently well. You don't see a crack in the image. And I, based on my Fourier optics knowledge, said, well, yeah, if you crack the lens, what that would do is that would modify the aperture to add this crack in it. So that would modify the point spread function from being a Fourier transform of a circle to being a Fourier transform of a circle with a crack. And because that crack has some high frequency information in it, it's a crack, so you'll see some ringing due to the crack. So I expect you get some, the Fourier transform of the crack in your image. And apparently you don't really see that very well, so your image will still look pretty okay if your lens is cracked. So it's just not like you see a crack. Yeah, there's a little bit of a science fail going on with that. Now, that's not really the reason why I got hung up there and lost a bunch of health. I got hung up there and lost a bunch of health because I just didn't notice. I can't really blame the game, but maybe that's my way of getting back at it.
It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference, if you think about it. After all, the trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. Yeah, right, the poison. What? What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let me ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it has been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see, I see. So presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Ah. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. Life has been breathed back into Ouchie. How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely, it matters not a jot who stabbed who, and whose back, and whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by knife, but by the poison. Convenient for you now, huh, Pain?
Objection!
But that could be explained by the poison being on the blade. Is like, there was no poison on the blade, you idiot!
Objection!
Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. Oh. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turned out to be a deadline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well... the percussive force of your argument. But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an undeniable obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph. Have another look at the photograph. It's like, I know it switches characters because of the context, but for some reason my voice doesn't switch. It's not like I'm reading. I did do that once in Ever 17, where I didn't attribute the right lines to the right character. But to be clear, I'm not like thinking the wrong characters say the wrong lines. It's just like my voice doesn't switch. Have another look at the photograph here, as you can see. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass has been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The sparkling water again. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already. Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is a prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet, after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You'll run out of film. You claim to be an impossible... But you claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. Will you explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim? I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now because that's... That finally got me. Minimimoism. For a brief moment, I thought I'd illustrated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where it is. Just where is this trial going to take us? Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I had already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the court weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. So you admit it then, that everything happened as I described. That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen. You can blame this miserable country of yours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged that blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. Pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap. This journo here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore, this reporter has nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. And after I'd made so much progress in proving his guilt, and he is going to get away with it now? Attempted murder is still a crime. Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Yes, Your Excellency.
Hold it!
So, you do admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett, then? Ah, the woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of? Exclaiming some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here in our empire's soil. On our empire's soil. But did our our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance, so I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. So, in summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it. The point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight. So I had to do what was right. For society! Yet a real wrong was done for the student girl in the dock. Crime for which she must pay. That is a double standard if I ever heard of one. Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Because why would I bother to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her?
Hold it!
So, you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously, that would be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these. And that is a thing. Could you please show us your pants, sir? The accused administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. The crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows, you may even learn something here today. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil and you'll get it coming. You got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. Well, it's not the kind of law this court upholds. You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim, then, witness. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murder arguing, I got to my goat. It got my goat. What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago. That's what. Student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson, professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less. Except that's not what they were arguing about. What is in that container that's on the right, my right end of the judge's, table? Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. In her case has to be heard by the British consular court in Shanghai, however. There is a little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. And she's gonna come in and say, no, that's not what we were arguing about. I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray? Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all this up. Susato, please, you have to help him listen. Return to the dock at once, Mimbani-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. The journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly, he's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. I will grant the request of the defense. But Your Excellency... This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenous regular protocol, contraven's regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It has nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have... Okay. If the stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed by the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true, I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself, it's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. What? I remember his case. It didn't have to do with poison, it had to do with, like, someone getting stabbed in the back because they bent over to pick up a book. There was no poison in there. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it, the whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Ah, yes. Minamimo-san, one small question if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you are outside the beach hut listening in, else the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Soyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this. The entire article. It's almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Well, Mimimimo-san. It's a journal, and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That is a founding principle of Minimimoism. Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So that's what this was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say. Want it to go on record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. Ha! 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 Point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason for them to go and stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure the victim would die. What horse dung? What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you even taste it, completely reckless. Although I might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer, as it happens. Once the victim has taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet this man did proceed to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly
He must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there's one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry, what change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Ah, yes, that's it. That's when Minamimo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. Yes, I agree. And in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Okay. So...
Objection!
Well, I can think of one reason. But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did. There'd be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told was that it was a terrible toxin. And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Minbami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Why are you going with this, counsel? Well, why would you ask that? Obviously, she would go to where she is going to go to, right? Mimimimo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Minbami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Minamimo-san, I pronounced it Mimimimo instead of Minamimo, overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information which was subsequently included in this newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't have be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted with the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Ah. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Minbami-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties. That's kind of like assuming too much of people, but whatever. In other words, someone like you, Raitin Minimimo. Raitin Minimimo. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that that was a terrible mistake, because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the bench hut's thin walls, you learned these facts. Why would this poison be useless then, for other purposes, but whatever. But you've already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you had to plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the read screen. But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? Pin it on the accused. The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison use, no one would ever have suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Order! The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, there is a number of... yes. I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in such the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Lost hope. You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? Are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is... I don't need a counter-argument. What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say? Gave it to the victim, you say? Stabbed her, you say? Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where is your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. This is where I bring out the pin. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here, in my mini memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the show you news is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be pretty difficult. Or very difficult. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I rate in Minimomo, whatever, a mere reporter from the Shoyu News, couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. I don't know why you're so, blown away by that, but whatever. There can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it, and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day, the true culprit here, What's your point, you annoying handsome country pumpkin? My point is this. There's one way that you, Minamomo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown as evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. A fountain pen? How could that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. Bah, I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, I obviously love the fountain pen. Suck up a soupçon of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What is all this talking of sucking up ink cat? Oh no! And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir. Another problem with eating is involuntary diaphragm spasms. It's also possible to eject it to the nib again, of course. My word, can this really be? Well, Mimo-san? Ah. When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning that poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Attention!
Most absurdity! That never happened. True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say. And for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I must remind the court that this pin was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. This is like getting caught with your fly down in public here. I'm referring to hiccuping. It's like the same amount of embarrassment in audio form. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Minamimo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pin dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment. You dropped the pin after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Attention!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pin fell from the quiz quiver.
Objection!
No, that can't be. It was... How do you explain why the pin was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself if you examined the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pin was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? We gotta check to make sure there is poison in the pen using the... Yeah, okay. Is this how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I just took a little break there. And I'm back. I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. You thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that? Think again. Looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did what he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
In a memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Everything you would do well to remember. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison.
Take that!
Counsel, what is this bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. Reagent, what? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Mimimo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the tests on the fountain pen at once. This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to do it. Trying to hold its head high as a civilized nation, I took up arms in the form of a mighty pen. That's not how court works. Did I do it right? That was the Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washed the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Minamimo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why didn't the Englishwoman end up dead? I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer. Oh, I read that why did as a why didn't. A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism. Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions of a justice system, to a free press. It's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back to the cave you came from. Which, her ways are killing John H. Wilson, by the way. That's when I remembered. About the deadly poison I happened to have in my pin at the time. A terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit, getting all fired up. I'd like to ask you something. Yes? You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There is no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up, that's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful what you say. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I'm done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. You came under pressure from the government, you mean? Our government is going to let criminals walk free if they're going to crush the free press. Then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let us not forget, Minamimo-san.
that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame on the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Jezeel, Brett. What? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense. Ryutaru Naruhodo. Oh. Yes, I am. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable, but this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it is very much reminiscent of your cousin's exploits. Oh, Naruhodo's. Ryanosuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. That is very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Ouchie, do you have any final thoughts? I don't recognize this apparatus of yours. Prosecutor Ouchie. I, Takatsuchi of the Ouchie clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now but twice. If there is any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence. Rather than living in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path of Ouchieism. He's just gonna cut his hair off. He's not gonna actually kill himself, don't worry. Ouchieism. One hopes that the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness... One hopes that the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Oh, okay, yeah. Sprig of my top knot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takatsuchi. Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Mimbami-san. Yes, Your Excellency. I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you... Court is adjourned. It's over.
My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do to just stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Susato! Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belongs to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Did they translate tsundere? Okay. We're friends, equals, and the trial's over. So no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger. To throw caution to the wind. Caution to the what? I am the great defense lawyer Ryu Taro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh, why? Of course. Goodness, of course not. Of course not. There it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. You fought your friend to the very last. As your father... Wait, what did I read there? You fought for your friend to the very last. Okay. As your father, I am extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryu Taro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryu Taro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame. What? What is happening? Soseki-san, Inspector Hosonaga, I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me. Susato Mikotoba. I don't... So dashing, so divine. No! What the hey? Okay. Roll, the credits roll. That's the end. The end of the game, right there. Poor Soseki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself a great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes, I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court, to testify. He was undercover disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then in the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. That didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of the last year. Oh yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. Oh, we will. Okay, it's not like I've seen spoilers or anything, but I'm certain that we're gonna figure that out. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. My arch nemesis, how lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What, Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. Well, we know it's not a coincidence, but was Susato there? That's interesting. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't even ever see her beloved father again. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study, and I was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University, but I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? Sorry, my dear, I simply can't. Here he goes. Oh, it's like, we thought we were going to throw Dad, but then this guy showed up to intercede for Dad. So, what throw was enough for you? I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on in that visiting student's fate. Visiting student. Jaziel Brett, you mean. No, not her, the student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. Student of law? You must mean Kazuma. Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England. They died on the steamship. And that he'll never... Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were the officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. So, I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Hyujin, and it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Saichiro Yukoju. Saichiro Jikoku. Whatever. And he knew that you were Susato all along, probably. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato. Did you know all along, from the start of the trial? Of course he did. A Jed sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Saihiro here had known and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. Okay. You took all the thunder out of him, though. So Saishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go, Father, sorry, my dear, we shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably. Oh, thank you very much. What'd you think of my Saishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Jeziel Brett, about Dr. Wilson. And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I mean, we thought that was all about... That was just that Russian ballerina. What would she have to do with anything? I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime. I guess it makes sense they covered up his death. There might be a reason for that. Like, Britain covered up his death. So no one in Japan learned that he died. I guess there's a sense of that. But yeah, they didn't intentionally kill him because they would have to, like, get that whole Russian ballerina involved somehow. When nobody else is around. Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquires, could I have a word? And my hiccups are back. Oh yes, of course, Seki-san, what is... I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. Is Soseki going to get thrown? You see... There's something I need to tell you. Oh. I believe. That maybe really is the reason why your father summoned you back from England. This I have to hear. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once. I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here from my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father. He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. What was it then? What particular part my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in. Of course, I could never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean... the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us talking about in public. why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. The horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought that whole business was over. It seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
That leaves me a little bit confused. I only remember one case that Soseki was involved in, and that was the one with the stabbing falling from up above thing. So, there was a case that happened right before Susato got that telegram. At the end of the 2 months, right before the one involving the pawnbroker. But that case just wasn't, like, we didn't play that case. So somewhere in here, we're going to go back a little bit. We're going to play a case that as Naruhodo and Susato that happened just before the 5th case of the first game. Which is okay. That must mean that I wonder how clever the language is, because they seem to indicate that, like, in those 2 months since the first case involving Soseki, that was just quiet. They got no cases. So if there was a case there, that's kind of like, the language suggested there wasn't. I guess they did intentionally, but I'm wondering how intentional. If I look back and look at the language, whether or not it would look like, you could kind of see the loophole there. Anyway. So yeah, it's pretty certain that as Naruhodo in Great Britain, Naruhodo is going to figure out why Brett killed John, and what exactly Susato's father is trying to cover up. Exactly why Brett's going to go free. And what that has to do with Herlock Sholmes. And why Herlock Sholmes tried to prevent the publishing of The Hound of the Baskervilles. Baskervilles, which we still do not know the contents of. Those are all related. The special four, that is Kazuma, John H. Wilson, Susato, right, and the fourth person, which I'll be able to. It's a very memorable name. I'll be able to recognize it as soon as I see it. What those four names are. Okay, let's see a little cutscene here. Oh, we don't. Okay. Clouded Kokoro. The memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Right, so it's like a flashback. So we're going to see a case that happened between the fourth episode and the fifth episode of the first game. There we go. The Crystal Tower. Okay. And the final one. Cool. Yeah, that didn't go down necessarily without a hiccup. And it also didn't necessarily go down without a hitch. But at least I managed to not save in a trial. Well, period, except at the midpoint. So I managed to not get a game over or save. So my goal has been, I've been able to keep up with that goal so far. The place that almost got me, though, was that cracked lens business. Like, I didn't notice the cracked lenses. Yeah, so that's what got me. Anyway, but what saved me was the sheer lack of items in my court record, so that I had enough, like, draws relative to the amount of lives I had to get to it before I exhausted all my lives, just by choosing them at random. Okay, that'll be it for this one.